Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'll take us over to the game. Let's make sure my buttons are working. There we go. We can enjoy the lovely title screen music for a bit. Hello, confusing creature up on the cliff. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Interesting. This little scene is clearly happening in a greener area than our actual factory is occupying, and yet I can see some of those distinctive archways in the distance. I wonder if this was actually based on an actual in-game location, or if they just kind of crafted it specifically for the purposes of this shot. I have not seen enough of the map to know for sure, especially since I deliberately slapped us into a place I am less familiar with. Yeah, the current map, not so much. Not very much at all. In my previous game, I explored a lot more of it. Let's go ahead and get in. We can take a look at the map. And here's a nice look at everything. I'm up on an observation tower. Got our copper down here. We've got our iron over there. Oh yeah, there are places way greener than this. Way, way greener. I'm certain we'll wander into those places later. They're just places I'm so familiar with that I didn't want to start there again. There's our whole main production line. There's our concrete over there. Steel is all the way over there. Coal power is over there. Steel, yes. Steel's over there. This is where everything else is. We've got our Caterium over there, which we are pulling all the way down the cliff. That was exciting to set up. There's those archways. So in terms of the map, so far, this is all we've seen, and this is tiny, and the map, we're kind of in the northeastern corner of things. The map extends out this, you know, all in other directions. Okay, I can put stamps on the map. That's interesting and useful. We found the edge of the world up to the north here. We know there's quartz up there. We know there's a gas vent. We've explored various places. Anywhere that's black is a place that's high up, so we haven't actually seen the ground in that location, including some archways that we haven't visited the top of, so they black those out. So yeah, there's a nice view. And so the plan for today is, let's get down to the hub and take a look. Whee. And the hub is in a slightly better place than it was in before because we actually brought it up onto our floor here. It's not tucked underneath anymore. Are we on tier 4? Not quite, I don't think. I think this is still tier 3. We need iron plates, we need cables, we need rotors, we need modular frames. Can I go back to... Yes, this is still tier 3, but it's the last little bit of it. So let's see what we can do to gather this stuff up. Let's go ahead and get started. We've got all this on us at the moment. We've got cable. We do have some modular frames. We need 100 rotors, though. That may be the bottleneck. Okay, rotors are going both into smart plating and into this container. And if we combine those, that's actually a fair number, but it's not the scale that we need. Looks like screws are our limiting reagent. You're not able to have screws pulled out fast enough. Which means we might as well turn you down a bit. This is as fast of a conveyor belt as we can make at the moment. We can improve this one. We need more reinforced iron plates. Okay. Which is the other thing that screws are going into. We also need rotors for just other things that we're building, so can't neglect that. Let's see, where am I? I'm over here. The big question is, will this pull screws out a little faster? It is doing so. We'd need more reinforced iron plates, even to replace those. We certainly don't need all of these sitting here. So why don't you just hang on to those for a bit? Plenty of modular frames, which is good. So while that's rolling, what's this doing? This is also making rotors. So let's put another pile of screws in. Alright, that'll give you a boost for a while. But for now, let's see what we can do with all this steel that we've got. For example, I know I can look at my recipes if I go to the hub. Steel ingots, we're already making those. What we are going to need is steel beams, which we would make out of steel ingots, steel pipes, and we're going to need something else for the versatile frameworks because you can't make those by hand, so we'll just set that up over there. Let's see. Let's add, can already build another foundry. Let's put a couple constructors and a couple assemblers in our list. We need some more cables, some more plates. Maybe we'll come back for the plates later. Definitely want this cable. Alright, let's head over there and see what we can start doing. Ooh. Nice. Alright, so I've kind of built this right on top of a copper node as well, but here's our current steel production. We've just got it running a little bit, and I'm just kind of storing those up in here. I don't actually need to store those things, but might as well since we're not using them yet. We can just funnel them into whatever we do next. I may want to change the direction I'm going, just so I don't block off this copper node. There's all this free space out here. So I think I kind of want to do that. I set this up in a hurry just to set it up, kind of, and so I think what I want to do, yeah, is have things go a different direction. So let's set up this floor. And since we can build another foundry, let's put that here. We'll just change the direction of what we're doing. We've got tons of steel sitting there, so it's fine that we're not making any for a bit. Logistics. We have a splitter. We'll have our stack of splitters here. 1 and 2. I don't have to care so much about those others being there. Bit of clipping, but I don't mind. And then this needs to be told to make steel. Where was the power line for this? There we go. Okay, so we'll leave that there for the time being. Next up, let's build this out a little more. And can I stand right on top of this thing? That'd be awesome if I can. Ooh, I can, yes. Okay. And the outport is there. So, if I set up a constructor, basically we're going to need at least 2 kinds of things. So let's make this into one line with mergers. Actually, maybe not. Let's just set up just a constructor for now. We'll give ourselves some space to work with in case we want to change things later. That's going the other way. Somehow I always do this. There we go. And let's put a power pole here. And this shall become steel beams. And we'll set up... Eventually that's going to be another foundry, but for now let's just make it another... Let's just pull from the box. Steel pipes would be another thing from a constructor, so we'll set that up next to it. We'll replace that with another foundry once we actually need to. Steel pipes, looking good. And I think we're gonna need an assembler for our frameworks. So let's just put in a place where we can build it for a second. Need my iron plates. Okay. Hopefully we have those by now. Let's go back and get them. hogs deal? What that spitters deal? I guess they're guarding those things. Oh, and we should be able to make better weapons now. That's a thing worth doing. Whee! All right, throw our leaves in there. Make sure these aren't actually running, and I don't want to spend overclocking on these anymore, since we really shouldn't be depending on them. That's not enough for 2 assemblers, but maybe we can snag a few more. Not sure if I actually need to. There we go. How are you doing with rotors over here? Oh, quite a bunch more, actually. That's quite promising. Oh, look at that. We've got enough for our milestone. Nice early morning launch. Here we go.
Milestone reached. Tractors permit pioneers to move around the world in a manner similar to using legs, except with wheels and the rampant consumption of natural resources. They can also be automated to self-drive and deliver resources between truck stations, which in turn facilitate automation of loading, unloading, and refueling.
I'm sure that sounds very convenient. I found it annoying during early access, but apparently they've improved it, so maybe we'll set up something for that at some point. Okay, well. Fix-it blueprints would make it easier to build things that we've already built. Like if we want to just set up this whole setup twice in another place. Logistics would give us faster conveyor belts, which is starting to be a bit of a concern. Advanced steel production would allow us to make the automated wiring, which we need for our space elevator. We've got all this stuff. Let's focus on getting automated wiring done. Because once we set that up, we can kind of just let things roll for a while if we need to. Still threading the needle between 2 hogs. There's a lot of sulfur just lying around. Okay, but here we are. Come on, I just want to jump on top. There we go. That's right. I was gonna put this assembler off to the side until I figured out what we really needed for it. Can't jump on that. At least it's got a ladder. Okay, here's... missing rotor. Fine. Because I dumped all the rotors into the milestone. Oh. Alright, got you dealt with. Oh, but having looted that reminds me of something else I wanted to do. There's our hub coming back. First of all, since we know we're going to need 500 concrete for our milestone, and it's right here, let's just grab it. Yoink. In fact, we'll give ourselves a full stack to work with too. Grab our rotors. We actually have quite a lot of these, it looks like. We can throw our concrete in here. There we go. But the thing I wanted to look at was, if we come over here to the MAM for our research, we look at alien megafauna. This next step isn't actually blocked off to us. It's not telling us that we can't do it. All we need to do is make 5 alien protein out of literally any alien remains that we've got around. So, let's do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Doesn't require that we do all 4 before it.
Research completed. Alien protein can now be turned into biomass or alien DNA capsules. In addition to being used for research, the invaluable alien lifeform data in these capsules can be traded for fix-it coupons at the Awesome Sink. We guarantee the best capsule to coupon exchange rate anywhere on this planet.
Okay. Ooh, the rebar gun. That will be very nice to go for soon. But let's keep working on our steel, and then we can worry about that later. How's our power, by the way? Production's fine. And up. Okay, so if we plunk down our assembler here just to see what it would need. Versatile framework needs 1 modular frame and 12 steel beams. So actually what I think I would rather do is consider whether I want that construction to happen over here or closer to the main base. Either way, we have to run a conveyor belt all the way to the space elevator to get them into the space elevator, but we're going to want them for other things later. Plus, the modular frameworks are already being made all the way over there. So, I think I would actually rather move steel beams in this direction. You're still sitting there. I think we can split off steel beams for other stuff over here later if I really need to. Well, no, I should do that and put them in a box right away, because things like better conveyor belts are going to need them. So, let's go ahead and make our splitter. Build. I'm out of iron plates. Alright, I need to start gathering things up a little better before I leave on these trips. It's alright, our main factory is still churning away. Of course, one of the drawbacks of the running long conveyor belts everywhere strategy that I used before is simply the fact that you do a lot of running back and forth setting it up. Alright, but let's grab some materials. Let's bring all of these with us. Let's bring a good handful of these with us. Anything else that we might need for this or that? Have we got iron rods somewhere? I guess those would be up here. There's the box for those. Okay, that makes more sense. And while we're here, what would it take to make the Xeno-Basher? Two Xeno-Zappers. Easily done. And it's not counting the one that I'm holding, but you know what? I'm okay with that. Just need more wire. Okay. It's a good warning for us to actually pick up some copper wire at this point. Wire and cable both. Sneak through here. Yes, I can. Some cable. And some wire. We've got plenty of copper sheeting. We'll just hang on to that. Whee! Oh, no, I need the workshop. Oh, no, don't dismantle it. There we go. Somewhat more formidable, and we will put our old Xeno-Zapper in there in case anything happens to us and we need more equipment in an emergency. However, it is now less likely that something bad will happen to us. Now, as I recall, this does... Well, it's still pretty fast. Alright, we now have a sword instead of a dagger, essentially. By the way, you can buy replicas of these things. Heroic Replicas makes them. Okay, so there's that. Let's build our storage container. We'll put it to the side. And in case, in fact, just in case we ever want to split something else off of there, go ahead and put that in. And now this can come down and around. Let's build you out to the end. And we'll just start moving it. There are slightly neater ways of doing this we could set up once we've got more products coming this way, which we probably will have at some point, and start doing the conveyor stack of doom, essentially, but this will do for now. Is that a slug just sitting there? It's not just sitting there, it's guarded twice, but you know what? With this better weapon. We make short work of it. Thank you. There's our belt. It's such a slow belt. The steel beams are not anywhere near caught up to us. Okay, but production's happening over there. So let's take a turn. I just want... There's the pole. I just want sort of a crossroads here. Okay, now this is where our copper is. We kind of run the risk of getting in its way unless we build out to the side. And this is where all our advanced stuff is currently happening. That's where our smart plating is going. So let's extend this out. That's cutting into a ridge, but I'm going to choose not to be too bothered by it right now. That's on a different level. Need more iron plates for that. But suppose we add... I guess we could put a little ramp here. That should be enough to put us in the clear. We don't even need those. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now let's suppose we put down another assembler. Let's not necessarily line it up with anything. And we need a couple things coming into this. That's copper sheeting. This is the modular frames. It's a similar thing where we're going to want to save some of our modular frames and put some of them into the next machine. So let's maybe look at that box a little more closely. Okay, those are just going in there. Oh, is this the first time we've ever needed to use modular frames for something else? It looks like it. Have some more screws. Okay, so we need to retool this a bit. In fact, let's pull this whole thing down because it's a bit of a mess. And rebuild it. Organization. Lookout towers are apparently an organizational thing. We'll just put this to the side, it's fine. Oop. Interesting. Does that have to cross around that direction? Indeed. Rebuilding our stuff is just part of the experience here. Okay, it's splitting off that way. But what we could do is do another stacked splitter setup like I've done with the other assemblers. So, for example, if I take these out, remember that that's there. Splitter. How far back does it need to be? This should be okay. And one more. Which means there's the belt where they were coming in. They come into the bottom. And they can still come from the bottom into here. Which means they're going into the rotors. That's there. These coming up here, which means they can also split down there. And this pole can go here, but we'll just raise it up a bit. So it'll be a little nicer. Oh, but it doesn't actually have to go that way. That was the whole problem before. I didn't want that coming off on that side, so instead we can put it over here. That's right, I took the box away. So this, I think, just needs its rotors and then reinforced iron plates, which are here. And we can get rid of that. Which then means that we can put storage here for the frames. And on this side, run them up here. I need more plates. You will need versatile frameworks. I'm gonna save some of my modular frames just because I don't want to have them all eaten by our production line just yet, but here's our steel. It has finally arrived. Got a bit of clipping here. Get rid of that. Right, and now this should just need power. Which means we can't fit it there. Where we got a power pole that's not overloaded. There we go. You do not even have one modular frame yet. Are they? Oh, there they go. And we have versatile frameworks. Which means it's time for more conveyor belts. Run you off this way. Come in at a similar way to the smart plating. How high up does this need to go? This is fine. And into the space elevator. So we'll start seeing that ticking up anytime the first one comes down the line. There it is. Excellent. Meanwhile, let's check on some of our other things. Let's go ahead and put these in for the milestone. Just so we're not scrounging for them later. And how are we doing with the rotors in that regard? rotors are somewhere in this mess. Here, there's the box. A good number of them, not 200, but I don't mind stealing from the smart plating because we're fairly far ahead with that. Speaking of which, let's follow this back and see how... Actually, what have I got in terms of iron plating? Ooh. Stubborn Kind, thank you for the follow. Let's make sure that I'm not backed up on pipes, that I can at least put them in a box if I'm not doing anything. But yes, thank you. Good to have you here. Is that something on the top of that archway? Might not be anything, but it's maybe just a trick of the light. Yeah, because this is stopped because I'm not making any more pipes. That's certainly more than we need for our milestone. But for now, let's just put them in a container. And yeah, let's carry some of these with us just in case we need them. But yes, I think we can just let this roll for a while. Let's see what research we can do while we're waiting for our rotors to get made. Brazil comes to mind. Oh goodness, yes. You know what else I find myself thinking of? You know the scene in Toy Story 2 where they're in the airport and they're trying to get through the luggage area and they go through the door and there's just conveyors everywhere. Alright. Pipes here. Now all we need are these rotors, which we need a stockpile about twice as high as we currently have. They are constantly being a bottleneck. But let's leave it for now, because there's actually a lot of research we could be doing. Alien megafauna. Oh, but some of that research requires more rotors. This doesn't, though. We could get more inventory space if we just dump a bunch of cable and some alien protein in. I'm cool with that. $1,000 cable, that's totally doable. That's sheeting. No, no, no. One, two, three, 4, 5. And we've got some spare hog remains around.
pocket dimension significantly expanded. I worked all afternoon, analyzing the transdimensional confibulatory permutations of alien DNA to achieve this. We are all doing our part for Fix-It.
That took a few seconds. You were not working on that all afternoon. Alright, the rebar gun would actually be worth it, though. Once I have the rebar gun, I feel a lot better about doing actual long-distance, long-term exploration. So let's put that on the to-do list, because that's a thing I can do. Research parent node to access. Oh, you want DNA. And, alright. 5 alien DNA and a bunch of bars. Alright. I'm sure at some point it'll be worth making machines for this, but not till I see better how they fit into the full picture.
Research to develop the rebar gun is now available. When completed, you will be in possession of a tool effective against any local obstacles actively objecting to the Fix-It mission.
I actually really do love the rebar gun. It is a ranged weapon and it hits very hard. Okay, our box of screws is just about filled up with them. Just need a couple more of those. You are scrounging a bit. Okay, rebar gun. That's worth some rotors.
Rebar gun and iron rebar ammo unlocked. Your ingenuity towards preservation of Fix-It property has been noted. You earned a micro break. And welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed.
Oh, let's see. Oh, steel beams. All right. That's something we can certainly benefit from. That would need electronics. I don't feel the need for the protein inhaler yet. Let's see. Okay, let's grab a bunch of steel beams. I don't think I was saving those. No, I was saving them in a box. But it might be faster to snag some of them from here. Not really. Once we get ourselves a rebar gun, I could see doing a nice long explore. Though I would like to set up advanced wiring production first, if only so that we have all of our space elevator things at least being made. That is not enough for what I need. Alright. And this has run out. Okay. That tells me I need another foundry. Don't need to carry that with me anymore. Now, sometime in the far, far future, that's going to fill up. We're going to want a way to rebalance our output. Which I think just means I want to be able to send some bars over there as well. Maybe I need another constructor. Will this fit? It will not quite fit. Could set them over a little bit. Or just move this over. There's the ladder. Let's see. Now, this is all just a little bit too close together. Either some things are too close together or they're too far apart. Okay, let's do things a little differently. Let's move all those pipes into there. How many are there? Is it going to take forever? Not very long, no. Well, long enough. But let's put in another constructor here. Need more iron plates. Okay, so for now, let's just move this over. It's not doing anything special at the moment, so we'll just move that over. We'll plan on expanding this later. You make steel pipes. Get you some power. There you go. I wanted steel beams. That's the whole reason I was over here. Let's grab some more of them. Don't quite have enough, but we can grab them from the belt on our way back. And it's a long belt, so we'll probably get as many as we need. One of them hid in the sand, that's okay. Rebar gun's totally worth it though. Grab a few more for good luck. What's your problem? No power. Uh-oh. Must have interrupted its power flow at some point. All the way down. Okay, expanded tool belt, please. Let's just get that done.
Tool belt expanded. No alien organisms were harmed during the creation of this tool belt.
Are you sure? In any case, they're about to be. 100 screws. Well, that's no problem. We have screws in abundance. How are we doing for rotors? Still got some. Still not quite the volume that we need, but we're getting there. All right, the rebar gun. I love this thing. Now, in order to fire it, we will need this iron rebar. It can be shot using the rebar gun for self-defense purposes. And we've seen in the MAM there are some other special kinds of rebar, but really all we need to do is make it out of some iron bars, which means I'm just gonna put down a constructor, hook up some power maybe somewhere. Set this thing to make iron rebar and just toss in some iron rods. Once we have this, I'd feel pretty good about doing a nice long explore. Caterium, there's some stuff that we can research. Stun rebar, AI limiters, more power poles. Oh, nutritional processor. That wouldn't take too much stuff to make. Coal and sulfur, the fungus-like growth. We don't even have this yet. Hard drives are their own deal. How are you doing? Just need some quick wire for that, which I think we're manufacturing over here. I'm just not doing anything with it yet. Yeah, look at all this.
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite atomically exciting. That was a physics joke.
Thank you for clarifying.
Zipline unlocked. When equipped, the zipline facilitates travel along power lines, regardless of whether the line is powered. Note: based on previous Pioneer events, Fixit recommends not using ziplines during thunderstorms and typhoons, or while drinking coffee.
Let's see, those... Oh, we can make the AI limiter, or research it at least.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked. New Caterium research available.
Okay. Should be able to make those then. Homing rifle. That is new. Okay, more interesting stuff there. Programmable splitter, different from the smart splitter. Okay. That would need some more modular frames. Sulfur. If I just pick up some coal, I know where there's some chunks of sulfur around. We can get those out of the way. How are our rotors doing? That's copper, that's a bit too far over. I'm not giving myself a long wait between checks, so they're not accumulating very fast. There's some sulfur, it's just sitting there. Okay, 63, that should be enough for what we're doing. We can grab some coal from over here. actually using it as fast as it's coming in. Rather take it away from here than from our tower. Don't mind if steel production is slightly interrupted. Here's our numbers just ticking away. Let's see if we can speed up our rotors at all. Once we've done this research, we
Research completed. Black powder recipe unlocked. New sulfur research available.
Okay, well, let's maybe do that later. We've got the rebar gun, we've got a source of rebar ammo. It's the screws again. They're just not coming in fast enough. Eventually that box is going to fill up. And then it won't be leaching screws out of the production line unless I've actually taken them out for some purpose. Let's give that the little bit of encouragement it needed. That's working as fast as it can. And in fact, yeah, we're just not pulling them out fast enough. Which means we could have one dedicated to one direction and the other dedicated to the other. There may be a better way to rebalance this. We don't have a whole lot of room for it, but those are all going as fast as they will. Those actually need more rods. Wow, we still need screws down here too for our reinforced iron plates. Let's throw our leaves in here. We are making screws, it's just a question of getting them to the right places fast. And that is emptying out. This one... yeah, it sits idle sometimes because everything's getting combined here. Okay. Something about this needs to change. Either that or we just need to get faster conveyor belts to take everything away faster. Which is probably a decent long-term solution. And in the short term, maybe just throw some more of these into the rotor makers. Okay, but rather than sitting around here, I could have sworn we were told that we could scan for hard drives. And slugs, but I'm not seeing that here. I'm just seeing our usual materials. We can certainly mark those things on the map. Okay, this is our Stuffopedia. But while we're waiting on those rotors, let's just have an explore. We haven't really gone west, but part of that's just because of all the cliffs, but we've already searched around where the Caterium is, so we could just try going that way. We could also set up the ability to make AI limiters, which is probably not a bad idea. But I feel like exploring, so let's do some of that. We'll shake things up a little bit. Oh, actually, before we do that, we should have a bunch of rebar available. Let's make sure to take that with us. Yeah, now that we have the rebar gun and the Xeno-Basher, I feel a lot better about just wandering off in a direction for a long time. I don't mind that we're carrying a bunch of stuff because we may want to build things while we're out. Here's our constructor. Thank you for the rebar. But let's see if there's anything I want to stash here. Don't need to carry all this with us, or the hog remains, or any of this other stuff that's only useful in the context of actually building things. Actually, what I do want to do is make sure that we have on us, yes, the ability to create a biomass burner at any time. Because sometimes the drop pods where we can find hard drives require power to open. And in order to do that, it's usually nice to just set up... Oh, this is stopped. Well, we can work on AI limiters when we get back. Alright, here's a nice new unexplored direction. We've got a spitter. We're looking this over for the first time. That is such a satisfying noise. Oh wow, nice shot. Wow, I'm better at this than I remembered. Got pretty trees. Got something over here. What is that? I guess it's just the bottom of the tree. I think this is stuff we've seen before. That's just more Caterium ore. We don't really need that. What are those two guarding? They know they've been hurt, but they don't know why. Oh, they're guarding the Mercer Sphere. You do have to account for bullet drop. Oh, no. You're guarding the Mercer Sphere. Or maybe it's all three of you together. Okay, those two are down. We know there's a big spitter. Okay, it's reacting. It's been hit. Oh. You're gonna notice me at some point. fell down. Yep. Well, that was a big spitter, and we didn't even have to trade blows with it at all.
Fill the effigy veins for a resonance song. Scripture becomes harmony, becomes composition. Defile our temple, and the threads will sew the windows open.
Pattern analysis continuing. New instruction. Repeat pioneer exposure to alien artifacts.
Oh, good
Brain
grief.
damage compensation packages may be available on successful completion of a special claims form. Our expert Fix-It medical staff are impartial and always open to assess your claim.
These guys are hard to hit with a rebar gun. But I will try. Maybe at too long range for this. That is a big stinger. Got it, though. Holy heck, that thing's terrifying. Terrifying and dead. What's such a big stinger doing out here? I think these things up ahead just churn out poison if we get near them, so I'm just gonna not go right up next to them. Or maybe I'll just run by quickly. Oh. You're a big one, too. Okay, this is bad. What are all those scary things doing in one place? Yeah, you're gonna knock me right off of a cliff if I'm not careful. We get 5 hog remains from that. Oh boy. Alright, how much ammo do I have left? Still a reasonable amount. Just about out of pale berries, though. Let's switch to the barrel nuts. Those don't heal as much, but At least I have them. I'm all turned around. Where am I? I'm still going in a mostly southwesterly direction. There's another one of those darn things. Oh, that's a purple power slug. Which I think is the only kind we haven't found yet. Let's see how much damage I can do without them actually knowing who's responsible. Actually hitting you? Yes. You are reacting. You just don't know why you're being hit, so you can't do anything useful about it. Taking a lot of hits, though. You're so close to figuring it out. It's like you're turning in the right direction by mistake, if anything. I think we got him. Spitter remains and hog remains. And a purple slug. Look at this beautiful environment it's in. Got an achievement that we caught them all. We got all 3 kinds of power slugs. Now, in early access, the blue power slugs were green. I see a tunnel over here. Now, that may mean stingers, but let's have a look. Ooh, I see mushrooms. Slightly ominous. Ooh. Oh, mycelia.
The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
I think there's quartz down here. Or... no. This is something else. This looks different than it used to.
The strange alien matter, colloquially known as SAM, seems to be in its dormant crystalline state, meaning it won't break down your body into its base atomic components on touch. This living matter is extremely versatile and has countless applications. Research it in the MAM to establish locally appropriate classification and application, as well as a secure method of awakening.
Secure method of awakening. Alright, well I think this calls for some handheld miners, if nothing else. And a map marker. No wonder there was stuff around here. Let's... let's put that there. Can I put you here? I'll figure that out later. Let's see. Special equipment workshop. Maybe if I just leave this here, it'll be easy for me to come in again too. Let's get a couple of these. Alright, well let's just let you roll for a while. Probably have to fight those things again if we come back. We've only got about half our ammo left. We'll just leave the equipment workshop here so we can remember that this place is important. This place is definitely much greener than we have previously seen. Oh, okay, I did put those down. They're just very tiny. I like this mangrove-looking root structure. More mushrooms. And lots of poison gas, too. We can't or shouldn't get through there yet. There's birds singing. Oh, hello. You're a normal one. You're fine as long as you don't knock me off this thing. Trying to remember if I'd seen this area previously. I don't really remember it. Hey, bird thing. Normal Caterium ore? Oh. There's two of you. Okay, those guys will be back if we don't actually tap this node, which we don't have the resources to do at the moment. Ah, these boulders with the cracks on them, we do not have the ability to get out of the way yet. That's definitely gonna be something we want to do eventually. It's down here. Ah. There's gonna be stingers in there, aren't there? But I also see hatchers. You seem smarter than the bigger creatures. You actually figured out where the threat was coming from. No stingers, just more hatchers. Are you also sitting in a cloud of poison? Or is that just an aura? I think it's just an aura. Let's get another picture. All right, Hatcher remains. I want those.
Samples of unknown alien species acquired. It is unclear where on the flora or fauna spectrum it lies, but initial data suggests this might be a nest or an egg. Research the remains in the MAM to establish classification and potential countermeasures.
Is there anything else useful in here? I think this is some limestone. That is a hog with an aura around it. Good grief. I'm very much banking on its stupidity here. That was a hit. I think I need to aim just a little higher. What is going on with you? Hard to tell if I'm actually hitting it. Is this thing radioactive, maybe? Definitely reacted to that. Well, whatever it is, it's dead. What in... Oh, yes, this is a radioactive area. Which means I don't want to just walk in and loot it. Alright, well, no wonder it was so sturdy. We will have ways of dealing with radiation later. For now, we're kind of out of ammo, so I think we should head back to base. Research this purple slug. But on our way back to base, we can pick up some more of that crazy ore we found in the other cave. Something's at the top of this. I don't have ladders yet, but I can build stackable conveyor poles, and those include ladders.
Harvest the scripture. Compose it into a blood song.
Don't have enough yet, but we'll just leave this here because we won't come back for it. Okay, wow, we've come a long way since we found our special cave. Let's make sure I don't run right off that cliff. Another one of those things. It's kind of out of the way, though. Oh! It's a drop pod. A very well-hidden drop pod. Oh, I didn't actually destroy the thing. Oh yeah, it's up there. There we go. Sometimes we can find materials around. No, you're just scenery stuff. Might be closer to the thing itself. So suppose I were to build a nice ramp. Oh, now what? Oh, they're all up there. Well, let's come back with a better ladder. Two there. And we'll just be on our way. Let's... head back around here. Here's our special spot. Pretty full inventory, too. Got tons of this. Alright, that was a good trip. Let's make our way back towards our base. That's a stinger. I'm getting out of here. Oh, it's another gas vent. Good to know. Some of these may be respawns. I honestly don't know at this point. There's a nut bush that I already looted, so I know I came this way. That stinger follows us all the way back. Then I heartily apologize. Can't get up there, but we can build a ramp. Okay, well, first order of business, I think, is to check on our rotors. Actually, the actual first order of business is probably to offload some of this inventory into research and the biofuel burners and such, because I'm carrying too much junk. Look at all this wood I'm carrying. Any more leaves? That's it. We're actually getting a surplus of solid biofuel. That's nice. Okay, I bet we have enough if I just grab a few more from here. There we go. There's 200. 1 and 2 stacks, and
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
that's a mood.
The remains researched belong to a plant-like organism hosting the larva of the flying crab, the most mature of which hatch when threatened. Hatcher remains can now be made into alien protein, and additional research may reveal options for improving Pioneer safety during exploration.
Alright, well, we can research mycelia.
The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth.
Here's that ore we found.
Strange alien matter analysis completed. Dormant crystalline SAM can now be found with the resource scanner. In its dormant state, it is safe to handle without special equipment and can be stored indefinitely.
Oh.
Research for enabling the reanimation of dormant SAM is now available.
Fill the rivers with blood, and let the effigies defile our temples. The sun will follow.
That implies it's not safe to handle if we do things to it.
SAM reanimation recipe unlocked. SAM can now be safely awakened, provided it is contained. Meaning, if not contained in special electromagnetic storage, it tends to start breaking atomic bonds of any matter it has physical contact with, and reconstructing it into easily transportable resources.
Scripture and blood compose harmony. Follow our hallowed temple halls and listen to the echoes of your ripples. Our bones are more beautiful than yours.
Okay. Very interesting stuff. But let's see. I'm kind of wanting Logistics Mark III. But I think the blueprints would be easier to unlock right away. I can't start putting things in until a little later. But let's see. Automated wiring needs a stator and cable. The stator needs steel pipe and copper wire. I remember needing a lot of this stuff. So let's get ourselves set up to make stators then. Wire and steel pipe. Well, we have both of those. It's just a matter of how we want to bring them together. We also need to research purple power slugs. You want modular frames? All right.
Research completed. Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount of potential energy stored. It is a good thing Fix-It does not waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
Good deal. We also have some blue and yellow slugs to deal with. Don't need to carry this gross thing around. Okay. Well, let's see. We need to figure out where we want our stator production. That needs copper and steel pipes. And I think what I would like to do is bring both the pipes and the beams in this way. Let's maybe make an extra section out here. Where these can come in, and maybe we can store them in boxes closer to our main base too, just so that I don't have to hike all the way over there just when I want to pull them out of the box. So let's get that set up right away. I need some more iron rods. That is fine. We could do with a refill on some things. Got some of these. Got some of these. Iron rods are up here somewhere. Looks good. So let's put you here. And a second one right next to it. And let's do a little something. It's a bit of a life hack. Basically, we're just gonna put one little bit of conveyor belt coming out, because that way the first item into the box will come out of the box, and then we'll be able to see what's in it. I did not line these up exactly. That's going to bother me no end. Okay, our item, our milestone thingy is back. Okay, now let's set this up of between the two. No, I don't like that. You keep working on that while I'm thinking. Because what I'd really like is something that takes up the space of a splitter without actually being a splitter, but that's okay. That's just this height. We could just stack these boxes. It's not a perfect stack, but it'll do. Okay, so with that done, send you in here. Okay, so our steel beams are coming through this way. And we've got new storage for them there. We've got some raw quartz there. And yeah, the research tree is mapped out even allegedly before it knows what we found. But remember, we are the third employee to survive landfall. Maybe someone else on this planet has already found some things. But then why would I need to research them again? Okay, so here's our steel production. Don't need this anymore, but I'm just gonna leave this splitter here. There's no harm in it staying there, even if it's doing nothing. As for this, however, this needs to go an entirely different way. And in fact, for now, I can just run this around. Yeah. And we'll take this conveyor lift Move it down here like the other one, but now I'm going to start doing something a little differently. You can go on our hot bar. So I'm going to start using stackable conveyor poles. This is, of course, the beginning of madness. We don't need straight building mode here. I'm going to put that on the second level with plans to move the steel beams to the first level at some point. This is the part that can take a while. At this point, we could actually put it more or less over the existing conveyor belt's surface is too uneven. I'm messing myself up. This will prevent us from constantly clipping into the ground, which is aesthetically pleasing, if not actually necessary for anything. A bit too far. And now we can start heading off in this direction. Almost done. Alright, so for now all of our steel pipes are just going to go in there. However, plenty of space for us to put in some machines. I need rotors again. I've got some of these too. Let's hang on to them for later. I'll just remember about those. Come on. Okay, let's put an assembler here. In fact, let's count on having a couple of these because I remember needing more stators than was ever reasonable. Maybe I want to set them back from that line. I think I do. I've used all my iron plates. And while I've been out here, we don't have 200 of those yet. We might have them stored at the other place. But while we're here, let's grab some cable for our next milestone. Iron rods are looking a little backed up. Mostly because you're just not using them fast enough. Definitely still got some balance issues. But first let's head over here. Let's expand this out a little ways. Give you a little more space to work. both copper and steel pipes. Okay, so steel pipes can come up this way. This thing will come that way. This needs to be splitter going the other way. Let's set these up to do what they're supposed to do. Stators for both of you, I think. And now we've got to get copper wire over here. Thankfully, we've already got one way we can handle that. Might be a little bit kludgy. Let's bring you over here. And we'll bring this. Over here. And now just have to get the copper into there. Could just have these come in from separate directions. That's doable. should see these start up soon. Ah. This needs reconnecting. Oh, those are misaligned. What in the world did I do here? Alright, well these at least are set up. We are now getting stators, at least momentarily. That one's already got one in there. Okay. And now we want to make... We're going to need to make a few things out of stators, but one of them is going to be this advanced wiring. It means we're going to need to bring cable over here as well. Are these the Stator brothers? Let's see. Let's, now that we're making these then, let's think a little more carefully about the routing for this copper. Because we're going to want cable to come the same way, and it all comes from the same general area. In particular, cable is going to need to come the same way. So let's set this up in the same way, more or less, that we had set up the space for wire. Don't need to be carrying all this cable with me. Oh, but I do want some for my milestone, which I neglected to turn in earlier. Let's do that while I'm thinking about it. Interesting. You are backed up and needing reinforced iron plates. Once that backs up to the splitter, it's just going to start putting everything into the box. I don't need to carry quite this much cable with me. And with this here, we can just run it the same way as the copper. Which means I want to use these. you here for now. Oh good, it doesn't shove me off the end. I need more materials. I need concrete. All right. So let's grab a ton of it so I can put it in for the milestone as well. And speaking of the milestone, let's do that while I'm thinking about it. Don't have any great surplus of those. And there's concrete. There's steel beams. Okay. So if we can just scrounge up the modular frames, we're good to go. Those are getting actually used for something, so we're not going to have a huge surplus anytime soon. You can come this way and this way. Okay, and then the cable we're going to need a little farther along. Okay. Organization, yeah, storage container. Let's put that there. Let's not count on saving too many stators. Let's put a merger here. At least for now. And this assembler... That can go there. And we'll bring the cable down this way. And that's the last thing we need to send up the space elevator for now. Which means we get to run a belt for it. Just like we've been running belts for all these other things. Doesn't need to be any kind of fast belt. However, you can take advantage of stacking. I'll have this be the low one for now. I'm out of plates again. And in fact, I'm not getting enough of these. What's going on? You're not getting enough iron ingots, really. There's just not enough by the time it gets split all the way over here. So there's no sense in overclocking you. Nor you at this point. We're merging all this over here, but then it's got nowhere to go, really. How about we split off from here instead? We'll see how that goes. likewise, this machine's doing nothing because it's only sending stuff into the production line. It can't send anything into the box. So I need to swap the positions of the splitter and the merger. Or there needs to be a merger and then a splitter. There's not quite enough space for this. What it needs to do is merge everything and then split everything. Oh, and I need to not cut off power to things. That's bad. The other thing I could do is just have dedicated lines. Maybe that's the best thing for now. You put stuff in the box. You put stuff in there. Until we have smarter splitters, I think that's probably the way to go. Let's see. But yes, my conveyor belt to the space elevator. That is what we need. Oh, look at that. It's already got some advanced wiring sitting on it. I am going to the right place, right? Yes, I am. Okay, let's get another conveyor lift. Set it to the same height as the others. Okay, that's all three inputs. Here comes our first wiring. Now, obviously, we can't just sit and let this roll. Conveyor belts. We still don't have any better kind of conveyor belt, which is unfortunate. Let's see what's going on with our modular frames. We're gonna need more copper soon, too. Probably gonna have to just expand the entire copper system. Modular frames here. Here's some. Definitely need to make these faster. You need more iron plates. Reinforced iron plates, that is. And you're getting them from down here. I've never quite had enough of these. Your limiting reagent is screws again. Oh, look at that. We're about to back this up. It'll be interesting to see what happens when we do that, but for now, let's rebalance by hand. Ultimately, I think I just want another one of these machines and more screws to feed into it. Don't want to deprive ourselves of those either. There's all that stuff. I do have some more biomass stuff to throw in. Now at some point, I'm going to want to keep some biomass as biomass. Which means rearranging things, but let's worry about that later. There's wood, there's leaves. There it goes. Wow, almost done with the smart plating. Looks like we would benefit from having a little more iron coming in. Actually, the first thing I want to do is upgrade all these belts. Make sure the speed of the belts isn't holding us back at all. Make sure we're offloading those fast enough. This one needs upgrading. This one's pulling them out as fast as it can go. I think this kind of line will be a little more practical once we have even faster belts. No power here. I shut this off. Where are you connected to? Those are doing fine. This is doing fine. Those are our rotors. These are modular frames. Okay, this is getting enough materials. It just needs to work a little faster. Let's overclock it a bit more. How's our power situation? Okay, our biofuel burners are having to take over for us sometimes, so we should expand our coal power if we can. Plan on adding a couple of those. And a water extractor. Which means we'll need even more reinforced iron plates. Okay, well, I guess that works. And do I have copper sheeting with me? Yeah, some. Alright, yeah, let's hike over there. Perfectly reasonable thing to do while everything else is working. It's like the old double-decker freeway in San Francisco. Yeah, seriously. I have not sent it into the realm of true madness yet, but who knows, we may get there. Especially if vehicles are still annoying to work with. Alright, let's set up some more of these. Let's get an observation tower and then set up more of these. And let's set up pipes first. Truck station and tractors. That's something we could possibly get into a little later. Yeah, you're fine. Now, this isn't going to be enough water yet for these two. So let's go set up another extractor. Nothing scary lurking around here. I gotta check. Aren't we glad I checked? Another one. It's all my fault for traveling at night. Oh, I can put it in this little lake. The creature's in the way. Oh, come on, bird thing. Alright, well now we can hook these up. And these are new power connections. There we go. And I'm actually going to upgrade the first couple segments here. Well, no, it wouldn't do any good to do that without increasing the speed at which coal is coming in. Gonna need a faster belt for that whole distance. And this one, I'm gonna underclock a bit and do the same for this one until we can get more fuel in. And that one's suffering a bit. Yeah, okay, let's underclock you as well. Hand you a little fuel. And we need to speed up this belt. Some combination of speeding up the belt and using a faster miner, but that means we need even more reinforced iron plates. The problem is that whenever they have coal, they'll use it, even if we don't actually need that much power. So I'm going to cut off the coal supply to this last one at the very least. This one's about breaking even. And you can't always get enough. The other thing we can do is just merge in multiple conveyor belts. But faster belts and better miners are available to us. What would it take for a miner Mark II? We would need encased industrial beams. Which we're not making yet. This one is just about breaking even. We don't seem to be in much of a better state than we were before, because these are underclocked, but they're really only getting as much as they can use. Okay. What's the deal with this miner? It's producing as fast as it can, and that's as fast as the conveyor belt will take items away. Alright, so we just need to make that better. This also seems to be moving steadily. Yeah, any improvements I make are really going to be best if we have some faster belts. So let's see. The encased industrial beam. That needs steel beams and concrete. Alright, well let's see how our modular frames are doing. We've been away for a while. You're doing fine. We're getting there. Do I have some more of these? I have some. Still not gigantic amounts, but it seems to be working a little better. Let's see how these machines are. Okay, you are now getting not quite enough iron to make as many as you want. Nor are you. Okay, but our backlog is cleared. And your backlog is screws now. That's about full, so that whole rhythm of things is about to change. And the iron rods are doing their thing. Those are coming in there. Just need even more iron is what we need. This belt is basically full though. We'd have to merge in a whole separate production line. So let's do something else while we're waiting. We can make AI limiters now. In order to do that, we'd have to move copper sheeting over to the Caterium area. Where's the AI limiter? Pretty sure we can make that now. Maybe not? I saw we'd unlocked it, but maybe I can't actually make it yet. Nope, AI limiter, there it is. I wasn't seeing it. I thought it was more green than it is. Controls AIs and keeps them from evolving in malicious ways. Super advanced electronics. Really. The problem with expanding everything is that, as previously noted, our power grid is under some amount of strain. So yeah, I think what I'd like to do is move more coal into our system, and we're just gonna have to do it in a way that uses more machines. At least for a little while. Oh. What's your objection? Yes, regarding the iron node. Now, in my first factory, I basically had a thing set up where coal was coming in from one location, and any that didn't get used for power production was what got sent to other kinds of, like, steel production. But I also had faster conveyor belts for that. Okay, there's some more over there. Ah, there are some over that way too. Pure over there. Let's come at it from this way. I just like the positioning a little better. Then we can put a merger here as well. How many miner Mark 1s can I make? I just need the portable miners, which I can build with the equipment thing. Okay, so this is just temporary. And I really only want one miner anyway. Step 1 is to run some power out here. Some copper too. This is the right way. And we'll just plan for this. Let's not go right on top of the copper node. We might want it later. Let's just lift you out of the water just a smidge. Or at least plan for it better. And run this over this way. Okay, and now... once there are faster belts, it'll make sense to merge everything in together, but... for now, there's just not enough space. So I think what I'm gonna do instead... let's bring this over to the other side. We'll plan on neatening things up a little later. What in the world did I do wrong here? Doesn't like that pipe at all. And specifically crossing that pipe it really doesn't like, but let's just put this here for now. You can go in, and we'll actually put both of these on this alternate system. That's wrong, that's better. Okay, next big question, are we actually getting any coal from that thing? We can turn these up to full power, because once they're running, they can just run. There it comes. Okay, so we should be all set to go as soon as that catches up. Now we can work on building other things. For example, I feel like I'm about to need more steel. We're not even getting quite enough coal, really. Alright. So we want faster belts for that too. Or just more production. Ah, there's our other coal finally coming back online. There we go. Alright, well we could make more use of that other coal area too. Again, it's going to be a little ridiculous though if we don't have fast belts for this. And for that we really just need to be upgrading our belts. That is really just going to increase our capacity for this sort of thing so much. So let's see how our modular frames are doing. This is now full, which means those screws are now backed up. Still not getting full screws in other places that need them, but at least they are all going somewhere useful. Rotors are no problem anymore. Got a few frames, but not very many. Still just need those reinforced iron plates. Okay. Kind of our big existential bottleneck. Everything is depending on those, and we're just not getting enough of them. So... we need more iron plates for sure, and that really just means more properly smelted iron. This line could have it merged in from somewhere. So let's count on that happening. make this a fast line. And then let's see where else we can bring it in from. All of this is getting handled up here. Could expand this line. There's a bit out there that we haven't tapped yet. Anyone standing on top of this? No. Very well. There's another portable miner. And let's run power out to this. I'm gonna need more iron plates too. But at least that's a start. Yeah, that belt can hold a little more. Yoink. Just make sure we have enough to build with. While we're here, let's check on power. Yeah, that's stable. No problem. Can't be getting lost out here. Okay, now this... Let's maybe not merge it in right at the same spot, because that'll lead to bottlenecks later. Let's expand this out and come at it from both directions. that's a mess. And you all will need power. Wow, I've gone and made that unusable, huh? And what's going on with your capacity? You are not quite getting enough, except that you're not offloading it any faster, really. Okay, yeah, I need a better way to balance this out. For now, let's just keep these a little bit separate. You can come in here for now. We are not going into that merger, that's already backed up. Instead, you can come out this way. We'll merge that in there. And this might start stepping if it can't fill up the whole thing. Oh, it's taking everything. So hopefully we can start supplying all these a little better. Looks Looks like it. Big question is, will this reach a point where it's not having to go idle? I think it's gradually getting there. Maybe not. It's close. Well, there's definitely more metal coming this way. That cannot be denied. At the very least, our idle times are going to be a little bit shorter. There's still an occasional gap on this line, even with the merge. If we wanted this to be any faster, we'd have to give it a faster belt as well. Which is probably worth doing, because these are getting backed up. Those are stepping now. That's still a slow span. That's definitely going to mess us up. Okay, that's an improvement. And I think with an even more parallel structure, we could supply these even more, but at least these are running full tilt again. Let's see if this is getting enough. Not quite. Meanwhile, this one has too many. Though a lot of it is just because this is where it branches off towards the box. It's never going to get all that it could. Whereas this one absolutely does. Okay, these we can start overclocking again. That should give us a little more surplus to send down this way. Yeah. Okay, so that's rolling. Fixit would like to remind you that while resting is not an activity valued by Fixit, they don't want me to be unable to work due to fatigue. Of course. Oh, we are so very close. Gimme. Alright, let's send off this milestone.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth, with its beautiful ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Of course. Alright, well let's aim for more logistics. We're gonna need so many advanced plates for that. But we're clearly doing better than we were a little earlier. Honestly, at this point, we need more screws again. But it's the speed of the belt here that's messing us up more than anything else. This is splitting us off this way. Wonder if we can rebalance this a little better. Just having Logistics 3 will loosen this up a lot. We can at least not overclock that anymore. It's clearly not helping. Those are going off that way. That's backed up and I don't care. More of this bottleneck that I'm worried about. These are using as many screws as they can get. Maybe we just need another screw maker feeding into this. If I had a better place with these rods, we could go for that. Maybe that can be the next thing we set up next time. On the other hand, I'm gonna forget what I was wanting to do if I don't do it right away. So let's just see if we can knock it out real quick. Here's this. You go in there. And in fact, let's pick this up. We're gonna have 1,000,000 iron rods in our inventory. That's okay. If we ever overflow, it'll just put the rest into a little personal storage box on that spot, so we don't need to really worry about it. Okay, our freighter's back. And is there room for another constructor? Not quite, not here. It's just a little bit too wide. We could move screw production back a bit. That seems like something to save for next time. Looks like things need to be spread out just a little bit more to give them room to produce more stuff. But I think that's gonna have to be it for this time. Let's head back to our very nice perch. We've got even more iron. We've got all this stuff that doesn't look a whole lot different, but there's definitely big changes out this way. So let's go ahead and save. And I'll take you to the outro screen. Okay, so no stream next Sunday because I'm going to be out on a bike ride. But I should be able to do my regular slipstream streams on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday evenings, 9 p.m. Pacific. And I will see you 2 Sundays from now for more Satisfactory. So let's see who's around to raid. Okay. Salford Sal is playing Timberborn, so let's go say hi. And I will see you all during the week or 2 Sundays from now for whatever you want to join me for. Thank you so much for joining me today, and I'll see you all later.